Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 kids.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 40...
A good joke.
He does not actually think it was a good joke.
It's not that many. Officer, I'm sure... Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not... Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disc.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's so... I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only... So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff. You'll find the filament memory with the offsite copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important.
Someone who owns a radio computer?
Which is to say, not very good.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing...
It's like the production schedule you found.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. It still kind of looks like a gone. For you to discover. Someone who knows about. The face of King Freecell smiles at you. 6 crumbling pet.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Mabel's or Lucille's tears during the Revolution.
This flower is a spring flower, but...
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom... It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruin. Yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your side inland, above the Martinez distributary. The wrinkled fingers of an old man crush. You stare. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for it will make you into more than that. See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. It's not ideal, no. But you need the zeal. You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic. And now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some papers. Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco. To this, they are massive.
I'm not your mother. I don't care.
As long as you remain functional, he thinks. Spring.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a speed button. Speed gives +1 to motoric skills.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Not yet. But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information.
In the cabin, you see...
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
Looking for something on?
The tear machine stand. Your bottles clunk into the...
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't...
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have fucking wrong.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The man's breathing steadies, but
Don't think so.
suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. Hard as a stone. You see dead flesh in color.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah,
He's clenching his teeth.
what it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benito. 41.
Benito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting...
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon... At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe we shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was not. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make chief there shit God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
You bet it was. It's just nature. This guy used to say evil is when nature... No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take...
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Go ahead. All right, now.
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? They're sort of like...
Is he actually comparing you? Come on. He's just trying to...
Why not? Must be nice being some...
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the water lock starts moving,
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now.
focus on one thing. Achieve it. Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind, yet someone used to live here.
In this yard,
He's assessing the situation.
someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black block. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunk. Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock shuffle.
It's not meant as an...
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays.
Banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water. It must be cold and long. The seawater has... Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely...
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage, and the motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles. But this one looks worn even in places the logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the...
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, yes. Clearly. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider jacket. You feel a strange...
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the hinges creak under your weight. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
Spit flies from your mouth to your moustache. The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
That's right. Just keep at it.
With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out. You hear the sound echo on the large... Okay. That's what... The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a time. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good...
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half civilized.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that...
Yes. What?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry.
41. Precinct 41. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea. After you... Of whom? I don't think so. If it...
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 of the vehicles.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget. The lieutenant adjusts his... There is also a 4th, more precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly. Yes.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a pawn shop. A police badge on which you see the photo of a man.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets, you see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey, but the badge is new. You used an old 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got what do you think? His face is already contorted by it looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give...
A name like armor.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you Officer. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by...
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which, in turn...
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, kings like satellite officers, and the additional freighter rank.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. My pleasure. Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant WF. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem...
The case created a lot of edge you have to take. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But better? Probably yes.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3...
It's no wonder you are like you are.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be...
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines... This is it, the scene of the party, the fire pit. Not as such. I'm talking about what looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want... Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position. I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats?
Huh? Sarcastic self-pity is not what we... I understand the situation.
You have a home somewhere. You stare at.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Uh-huh. Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles. He snorts and beckons you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't you fucking call her!
There's no use in it.
The drunk man stopped.
Don't.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole... So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into my... Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found... We are saving...
Please!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want... Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself.
Oh yeah. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Hey man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the real. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a... Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Now, what we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. The time! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things! After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal.
The muscles in your right leg, your hands cramp on the steering.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were... Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to...
What else was there to do?
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that. Yeah. I had hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad.
Wow, that's quite a...
Yeah. I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be...
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked.
No one's fucked me.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through... So beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main...
It's more like you.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the... Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to...
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach...
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners... I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve. You kept apologizing for being such a bad... You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid my... Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach. It depends, really.
The gleam in his eyes and the... You might get scammed here.
No, the reality of the situation requires... I don't want it, man. I need it. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder / junior. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cult. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm. But the burden of lead...
That's right. Getting a good run in. Speaking of, when's the last time you did your laps?
22 full-time employees. An all-star. It did. With my trusty Sansaric tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible.
His eyes are...
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality... Wet, okay? It was raining really... I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed... Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim, so I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pocket. I wish I were Tequila. I wish I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most people are naturally wary of ad men.
Heavy is the head.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since... Anyway, long story short, life spiraled... So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time.
Why didn't you go to the hotel?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't... I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, Jen. The hobo lifestyle definitely... But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, I used to own my reality situation. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket.
You of all people should empathize with this.
My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal...
If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
I know. It was fucking awesome. Too bad I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all away. What? You've never... Pretty nice, huh? This might be what...
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this text... Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TN, and then there's the...
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. My fellow members of the...
Hey!
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a...
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the...
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together. Tequila, it's a verifiable... Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old... Yeah, exactly. If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could... I'm all ears, Tequila. What's in...
Hey, Spiral Boy.
Oh. Shut up, guys. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. So you don't want... I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you... Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend. There are many variations on the basic story.
Are you telling the story?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer...
You got a smoke on you?
Our heroine finds herself... What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. A headless man, wearing a... rumored to be searching for his legendary found cap that...
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story. The most peculiar of which, if I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. Gertrude Het may have been...
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one's... What?
I've read the case file.
Right. The wind picks up. A sky... The women are caught in the downpour. They act when she sees something. Her shriek is so violent, but there is no lightning. Only a heavy down... Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eve... Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ulla De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte meant during the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. Not a pretty...
Man, that's some grisly detail. Anyway, that's the story of the... Well, Tequila, that's... Some say he was an...
Oh, headless brother.
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeple...
Even decapitation.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged him... Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to...
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
That would explain the tracksuit, and anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Hard to argue with that.
That's the reality situation for you. Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit? Damn right it doesn't. So why don't you just shut up and leave? No one knows. Some say he...
He won't, though. Because...
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? If you find any, I'd be extreme. You too.
As you turn, a bright light catches you. So, from a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just, what are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict. Yeah, you have. Yeah, this is the beginning of, with a sudden flash.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And in the civil...
A drop in temperature, chemically sweetened. Across the road, the road is smooth and motley. A tub warm with water, white with soap. Number 312D. Young girls used craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks. The wind moved. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks us. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. The kids don't reply. Absorb. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another. The rock kicker was just being.
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
Mister?
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. And
she doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were going to take them.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important...
Oh... They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not... My mom's outside. And I don't really know about my dad. Yes. They look the same. They look... identical. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
I don't know. Sure, just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... No! That's...
I think she means rev...
Yes! Bye!
You're not sure about the melody, but it might...
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I still have a golden ear. Oh, welcome, police officer.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. No, not you personally. I meant he was boarding, needed some help opening the door.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with... I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor. Ah, look at me ramble on. Stay. Most people, that said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in... I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. That's exactly how they get ya. My kids grew up and left like they do. Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. Go ahead. Call people rude things. We've heard worse here. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
This is pretty much a non...
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
The lack of wealth is the one...
It's a cold, cynical smile.
Riddles. Fits with the general...
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you to find your way, officer? Over there, you can find more of the same. Shack, an old military hospital and its surroundings. Oh, after the war, it was now the area is crisscrossed. The goodwill ran out. The staff, well, there's Lillian and her kids. And then there's the drunks. I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops here for you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around.
So, they don't...
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime.
She's not telling you all she knows.
Well, there's that music. And now, suspicious...
Interesting. You could look in...
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. And I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight... What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? Used to be a supply depot, we think. Sending goods...
Nothing is...
And now you know everything there is to know. Me? No one. Now it's your turn, Mr... Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know. She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over the rail. Yes, you do.
She is not impressed by a cop running errands for a...
What do you want?
That's an excellent question, ma'am.
He probably pawned it for. Are you getting a reward for it at least? Good for you. Got it. Anyhow, you might ask Lillian if she's seen anything lately.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling and...
The key turns with a sound. The bed is comforting. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. The water reflects back a vague image of you'll be looking like a pansy without it. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the sharp blade chafes against your skin. They feel so smooth. Surprise. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean. You almost look like a professional. Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough time.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you.
Congratulations. That's the gaunt...
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one. The hardened, you really do feel more confident. 2, are you sure you're correct there? There was a helm. It may be a while before you have all the pieces. Remember, this is a highly special for the day. scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding set. A long time has passed. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, they stand, facing the wall. Ordinary people, the comrades, the forsaken. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding the commandant, the one who gives the order.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist concerned. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their...
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely. To be honest, if a coalition member was any...
A cold sea wind.
Go. Nice and easy.
There's a cylinder on the ground.
Who's there?
His self-conscious enthusiasm.
Is that the police?
Don't worry, Gary. To what do I owe?
That's sarcasm.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the island. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in the canal, not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter. Why? Scientist. Yes, okay. But you...
Did he say we can go back?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken...
His hands are large and weather-worn, but...
Well, first of all, good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences, but I cannot describe how these defences... I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical rookie assumption. Even simply catching a glimpse of the insult
would be glory itself.
Very little. Not yet. That
just out of curiosity.
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the
by which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite yes, the most recent it's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary... Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Mate, yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very... Well, they may not look impressive, but like... Yes. Simple. Attracted by the at least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect locusts. Nearly all...
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect?
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the trap. They'll work, I assure you.
The traps do seem to be deft.
Yes. What? By woman? You mean my wife, I assume? I will. My wife understands that.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. Well...
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the Phasmid Summit.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. Yes, that's how we first... Suffice to say, it's long been our dream. No.
I could go for some traps.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both. There are 4 in total. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind. The 3rd is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been...
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But it's made of musk and research chemicals. The
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50
Right. Which means you two can...
Whatever he thinks of...
Finally!
Thank you for your help.
If it's more cryptid related... But what if the information is vital?
I've just always liked animals. It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud... Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession. Well, indeed. My methods do not differ.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive.
Agreed. No, as I said.
Interesting.
Everything from forgotten...
He's interested in things that people...
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research. And so, no. Of the list of cryptids kept by the 2 are categorized as confirmed. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. In fact, it is 0.05.
He has clearly done his math on this.
Yes? All right. What?
We would have to... You need to ask him about specific cryptids.
A willow person. It's a long story. What?
Willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they are. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And you probably have. Gary and I painted an entire after wait. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, he was faster than me.
A lavender shot.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be. Furthermore,
He makes it a real point here.
confirmed. It's 100% verified. By all means.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how they are... You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext, young carp, and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. Oh yes, so Mikhail, they had to deal with money. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of him, of course. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his...
The man speaks in the artificial...
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail...
This man is your half-brother. Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoyed...
Aha! But it's not just any empty old build. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once...
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered, with seagulls.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. You're probably more familiar...
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial... They started out as a midway Still, Tricentennial was beating them in bit. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like...
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. All of this was built by Felt, even a boardwalk. Wild Pines built... Yes, they even built a pleasure...
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood...
Yes. To lure in their star engineers. This part of Martin... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this...
Wait. Is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
They used them for military communications. But also, what's the Mars Decree? I mean
A short-lived...
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-song... I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. Actually, no one knows. No one...
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little...
Wait. Did he just say Wumpty? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman... In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty... But perhaps I should return...
Made of black film.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution... Yes, the official name of the... Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hand. But of course, what else? Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? I do have some money, yes, but that's...
No, I mean, come on. You need the money.
Oh no, I don't have it. I'm just spending time with my...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed.
I do some...
Lo Muntang, stick fighting.
Actually, a great many cultures.
You doze off as he paints you. Man, he's good at...
But anyway, I'm boring you with the... Then I guess everything got said, right? No, thank...
Pick your... You see, a once bright mural. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can... Don't you recognize it? That something called... It is death. The lieutenant has already...
Eyes up, detective.
There's some tear. An empty cigarette package. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine... Whoever tossed it here. Red Astra is the black market version. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup. It's no older than a day. Or... A man lies on the boardwalk. His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural... Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket. The leather jacket suits him well. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure, or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair. This is what...
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man... He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. A .75 liter Tallulah. It's mid-market spirits, with a slight
tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cup. The blackness of death. Stench.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum.
The entire boardwalk creaked.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. But that's just a lazy assumption.
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
We do know that he was married. But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's in death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now...
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not?
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the... It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care... Alright, we should first examine the library card you found.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side, Billy, is a unisex name. Could be the deceased. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pen. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Méjean.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock. Nothing happens.
I don't think that's going to work.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church. The surface is smooth from the... Feels exceptional. 300 tons of pine wood. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp, and it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting. You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a map. There is something blindingly modern about it's the contrast between the cheery chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe.
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquents. For Revachol ZOC, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as these acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called... I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection, should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Can you hear the pulsing bass underneath the wind? A sure sign of junior...
There's something on the sea ice there. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day. A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens.
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold.
Huh? So should you. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat. I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell. Why? Okay, it's Burger.
A very common name.
This is a portable recording device. It's for field, actually just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. A contact mic records sounds from inside things.
Your mangled brain would like you to know. There is a boxer. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No.
That's not fair. And an understatement. An entire litany spews forth.
Yes? The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. Same place I got the recorder from. The Elysium. Oh, man. You haven't been to the Elysium? It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop.
Thinking about it really cheers her up.
Oh, yeah. Guess you wouldn't know, Van Eyck. I don't know what that means either.
She breathes on her fingers.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no... My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for...
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making... Anyway, I thought I'd make... I don't really know what...
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that.
It's okay.
Thanks. That? The boys think it could... Yeah. Andre and the...
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. Music stuff, mostly. Like, yep, they were pretty. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive. Go ahead. It's... Except that... Yeah. You know, anodic, cathodic... Music that's made with electric... Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. And if I know, it's not my idea. Andre and the boy. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're okay. Well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things. They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? No, not really. No.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with Samantha.
Yeah, you know, that's what I meant. Noid did. Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, go ahead.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in she looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous. The wind howls. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress? No, it sounds like you just... Well, think about... Anyway, was there something... Okay, bye.
The tent is just top.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff. Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm
actually not, he thinks.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair.
Hello, I'm Andre.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm.
This is my posse.
The young man with earrings looks at you.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experiment. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North.
Oh, that's all fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while
places is
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has all... Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesia. I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a...
Dump hell!
Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened.
Strike that!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and...
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Could be. We don't know for sure. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is...
Also, they don't eat or clean. People just want to spin tapes with...
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is.
Oh, so you met her?
He's not as glad as he would like you to think.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more...
I had to do it in an hurry.
No, of course. Noid, all right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah. Blam! Straight in the eye. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it...
My bad.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry. He didn't throw them better.
As always, we'll be right here. Hi again. So, how are things going? Mm-hmm. Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of...
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do. Truth is, I don't really know. Well, when I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the
One of them has wires running into Basel.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was some...
No.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune.
Felt like silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But...
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and... like you aren't alone.
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human? As in a ghost?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling. Like a crab.
It was stalking a cell.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. A cell was alone at...
You should ask her about it.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got...
With a small surge of PE.
It means like one of those rich boy private...
Not that we would know anything about...
He appears sincere enough, sir.
We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about them... Well, honestly, I can't...
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance.
Hey now! I'm 70% sure. Don't let all that technology fool you. Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the...
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask...
You know, of Meteo. Meteo, a country on...
One of the poorest of the first world nations.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a... And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericanassian Church is about love. And Nordic love is hard.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the water.
Oh yeah,
he's coming around. Your...
Feels good.
Yeah!
He seems ecstatic that you share his...
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it...
The one with the large head is still looking at you. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. Oh, it's the one they sell at...
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that he nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved. A number of things don't add up. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor. The one with the large head, their would-be leader, is less amused.
But you still are.
What happened? That's a real downer.
The young speed freak, he senses something is wrong.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we've...
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one's...
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
No shit. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. What do you mean,
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient? Okay, man, okay. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now.
Because we do!
We just need to turn it into a speed lab before.
To get our foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. No, man, they're spooky all right. It's just that they would also probably...
But the sign was way off too!
Sir, you
This is it. Judgment time.
We can continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstanding. As always...
Yes? Yes. I'm not really sure about this turn of events. Either way, good on you.
A pane of Eton, barely holding it up.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be...
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk. Heavy wooden door. The lock turns.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes in the heart of the... A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on...
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one...
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. The lieutenant says nothing. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filament. Another filament memory. The speaker comes to life. Static.
Good afternoon. Votre accident.
It's the same old woman you spoke.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please...
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
Précis. Votre accident
Is there anything else I can go?
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. Nothing happens. The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps, and then it's gone. Or it seems the sound here is detached. You can hardly hear. Your voice is barely audible. Not a hat. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the lieutenant points to his ears and
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can see the orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. The silence, the darkness. Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. Filled with vague shapes, there's nothing.
Officer, what are you looking at?
You see something hanging from the rafters. Maybe it's possible to... Is that a man? Looks more like part of the crab man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a...
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in mess.
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready...
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need...
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering. I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to...
Look at these crazes. What is this?
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. This is the church of the...
You have no idea what the fuck... Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got, I always thought of myself more like a flame. Flicker.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And...
Sure am. Whittling wood. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than... It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it. I was in a gang way, but my memories of that time are fading. Nah, ese, it's not like...
Do you remember your name?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. Your place amongst your fellas. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world. I circled it. Nurtured by the silence. Oh, that's no simple question. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can.
His adoration is beyond sexual.
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior.
It's not like that at all, man. I heard that before, Wei. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover?
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling.
I can see, and it saddens me. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I ain't from no Marietti.
Marietti is a Mesk star. He lost his cool there for a moment. Seems you hit some nerve.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here. Back when. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence.
They look pretty dapper, actually. The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore.
It looks like he truly doesn't remember.
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there. Might even be nice to have.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Other spooker? Oh.
Viaita is Grandma?
No. I just call her Viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait.
Or search through her radio computer.
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something. Don't sweat it, vato. The password is after. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña. I think we're done here, Essay.
That was, however, I'm still not...
The machine's keyboard is still elliptical. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brune. This is the East Inn. Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines ready.
Sabrina, that's the church.
Anything else I can help you? Sleep well.
The machine's keyboard is still. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite... Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky. See? Even one of the What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be in...
I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle. Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned. And
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new...
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
For setting up a radio computer. 8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard that, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup. When the backup...
Seems like something to do with radio computers. And something about the backup data getting destroyed. And how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Her friends? Colleagues? She must be quite educated if she knew how to set up all these machines.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that...
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately...
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architecture?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shut. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even... That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't...
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crack. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of a strange woman. Make straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted.
What is it? No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know.
Did she say over 16 years of experience?
No. Yes. And I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow, she really doesn't.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch any. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on the front. The unified front. It's all around us.
Like love.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with, but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend. Anyway, you should do some research before you.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
I'm working. Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government. No, I don't. Because I needed something good for my investigation and RAIM's. Besides, owning a RAIM prefect.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't.
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. I was actually. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIM Civic. So it's kind of a ripoff. But it does have better compatibility. They are connected to my RAIM prefect. Whatever you do.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for.
Great. You really like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in.
Wait. What? She's looking for a disruption in the raid. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, what do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. To find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume, there's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations...
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's...
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me... I know. No, I don't...
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into them.
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks. What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Yeah. Like all the time. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it. But to a sober mind, it just sounds like uninspired. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. Take a guess, why don't you? Bingo! That's...
Ah, wonderful. Now this house of worship is also going to be a drug lab. Always something fascinating happening in tents.
So that's settled. Great. No nightclubs in the church then. Yes, what is it?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism. This is Her cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers up. She acknowledges the passing of you. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching.
Respectful? There it is again. A small pang of guilt.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. Well, your station was involved, I hear.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
Three precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it. Good luck. You will not get... It happened a while ago. It's an important... Yes, we all are. Her name...
The woman looks by in silence.
It's not spiritual. It's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain. The highest category of his more. An innocence is elected to office by the founding party. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitable. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal of terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract. She made the most of her position in the anti-DeLorean court. A court visited by the most prominent thinker. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic. It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised, bystanders report that is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the... As did we all. In a city called Advesperaskit, she was dressed in a white and pearl dress, on an emptied-out plaza. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother. A perfect midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones. One of the men in this secret service killed her. 22 years, something that had walked in our midst. Watching us, Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash, suggesting those who fight against it. She adored chess, yes, but little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he this subtle terror is part of her...
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for... What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's been dead for 300 years. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast.
A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman, small figures of wise men. Below both women, and then along the left, afterlife, death. After death, life again. After the word, could these words be the password that
Death, life again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto: justice, union, prudence, and force. So do I.
The mother of humanism. An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
It's military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast.
There's a trap in the reeds. The reeds shake sadly in the coast. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Locusts are crawling around in the trap.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
The wind.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
And? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's no matter? Is he Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him? I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when... I guess it's not a mess. Everyone is that. Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you? What a pity. That's my favourite thing in... A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her? Look at you! Oh, no, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church.
The line's in the dark!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced... Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what she just said. It makes him pump.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always... Oh, man! But the drug lab was like an... For me, it was my favourite part. I mean, Nordic music is great and...
Excitement bubbles up in you. Maybe you should blast some of these drugs right here in this tent.
But that's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind. Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
The shaggy-haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will you? I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquent.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but...
Indeed. She merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know. May I ask? What did you tell them? Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it out. Crab.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their... And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that, looking at me.
Like a crab, you say?
You saw him? Does it mean that you went in there? Did you see the other spook? Good, so you believe me. You should go tell this to Andre. He'll know what... My associates? Sorry. I just don't...
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver... Oh, that. You're not going to believe me.
She's less prone to blurt it out, Crab Man, than the others.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman... And then he stopped.
Like a crab, you...
You saw him? Good. Oh.
She's less prone to...
Go ahead.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. Dripping water falls from a high place. There's rust and corrosion on the bars.
No. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes. Because he...
This partner of his, Eyes...
Well enough, actually. It's odd how...
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
You've graduated to...
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second. So what brings you here, Lawbringer? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't... The sign on the street leading here is illegible. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker.
Indeed. You're all... Ask her about the cool sword.
Let's see. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Who are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What a nice idea.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
That Evrart and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about...
And those members have a vote. When
He has a pen in everything. Here you go. You're welcome. Remarkable. That one already... It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it.
That's odd. Is she actually impressed?
How sweet of you. It really is. I check around the abandoned fish market on the boardwalk.
A phenomenon that the...
If one of them lost something, that's, like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care. I sell the fish to people in the delta. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea...
Keep it professional, man.
Wood. Pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one. Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of... Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it's sure as hell.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to what makes you think we haven't? That goes for men too.
That does not go for... Coach means the expression.
No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And what... Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melon?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took... Who knows? Maybe he fell over. He didn't respect the sea. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've...
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bed. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touch. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another. Better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated... I?
No, ma'am. We have no...
Good. It would have been bad news had it...
There's a moment's silence.
In time, when the sea...
My prediction, it will be at least... The old woman. There's a gap with the...
Yes, my suggestion is don't. Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, you need to check your facts, officer. I said no such thing.
True. She only said she wouldn't even...
Lillian's...
She wanted to see.
I've seen it all before. Then the poor get...
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope that a lullaby my mother used to sing. Surrender?
That's kind of grim.
Yes, it does.
A familiar apparatus. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No...
Another empty trap. Of course.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boom...
And here you are.
The porter reel is just... You push, command set, and...
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village.
The harbor. That's the son of a files.
He's right.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He's still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer.
A symbol of soldier of...
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contrast.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes. The contrast feels chilly. The porter reel is just... You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. It sounds like someone's moving, telling you about the time. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. A click, then silence for a bit. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to... Yup, and the beat Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing. The lieutenant... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan. In the addendum, the youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow It's going to be awfully close to the already. This is either an my money is on.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. Then it's...
How else are you going to build something? There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants.
Of course, I should have seen it. Everard probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were...
He won't say it outright, but he said...
Forgery, yes. It would render the document invalid. It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but...
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, you're... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? I'm afraid they're closed.
We should try again during business.
Anything else, Detective? One moment. Can you please describe the body?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a list. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please, that's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can... 50...
In the cabin, you see...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's...
Reflexively.
Well, it was summer. I was building her... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a...
She'd just started forming memories.
The strangest moment of my life. I didn't know this can happen, so I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me. I ran back for years. It was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on our...
So that's how they met.
Our first. Not all of them. It's hard to say how big things are when you're quiet. Of course. So how did I know? You trying to tell us you saw the...
I thought it was a wonderful story.
But I don't believe it.
You're welcome, sweet.
And she could get up and walk.
Goodness. How is he?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back early.
Oh, yes. But I am so relieved to...
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Now maybe she'll open up about those fascinating cryptids. Take her mind off all this. There's really no point in manipulating.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This one...
He nods, and it's cryptids. Ooh, tough
That would be the giant. The giant lives in the most mirage, or no one knows for sure. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore.
Hui.
That's what makes it. There are...
Gravity anomaly? Digging.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant.
Ah, fuck it.
Well, the smallest cryptid, bacterial colony, Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria. Yes.
It's actually a little hard to see, but...
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. We can assume that she has been living somewhere. The gnome of Jero. Oh, yes. None of it was, reportedly. A couple of campers found it when it's still...
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it?
Alas. Instead...
Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happened. Yes. Yes. It has amazing, indeed, there is. Which is to say, the kind green...
Ma'am, you're confusing him.
Please don't misunderstand me, though Saolites do have some distinguishing characteristics.
Yes, advantages such as the flakier texture of Saolite earwax, or so I've heard.
What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or some... Okay, I won't spoil...
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. It's...
Col de Mama d'Aqua.
Yes. Although the low part is a little...
Fine, I'll bite.
Many scientists have asked the same question. It could be. As I said, it could be very plenty. It's the... When playing back recordings they had made in the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies. Even higher, they realized. Sequester, time, Joscan, that is a sad... They tried to communicate with it, and psst.
They cancel each other out.
Psst. Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that...
Great regret washes over her.
After that, the corpuscle...
Of course.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not real...
You know...
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about? I'm glad you like them. Oh, hello, dear.
Can I help you? What is this thing? What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess?
People just don't know. This was mostly...
I feel good about our work here today. It's so...
It's not actually about that.
No, you don't.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good. The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the... It's for no one. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got...
The man in the vest and the violet shirt.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing.
The stage is all...
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the camera.
I can see that.
Immediately, a loud hands. Where do you put your hands? The bar is full and you're sweating. Immediately, hands. Where do you put your hand? The stage.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
The air is thick, where someone dims the lights as the music starts. A lump's in your throat suddenly.
I would often go there to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Sanson, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there, down through the mist there, towards the Seven Sisters, towards those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there in the tiny yacht there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now you're all alone. None of this matters. At all.
Do you hear that? It's the most pathetic applause in the world, Harry, made of pity. Someone walks out of the room by the front door. Some woman. Is it because of you?
That's it. I'm unplugging it.
That's it.
Let's go, officer. These people wouldn't know a good performance, Detective Dubois. It was downright tragic.
I mean it to him. Being a cop in... Was that? Could it be? The Col de Mama d'Aqua? There seems to be. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal.
No, I don't hear the Col de Mama.
Of course he doesn't. There it is. It must be very close. Keep still. What are you doing? You're a police officer. Oh, no, no. Too late. Keep your ears.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? By love, you did.
Fast, observant. She is memorizing your
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high... What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Glad to have been of assistance. I fear I've told you all. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything.
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and he's able to contain that. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean...
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced... Well, maybe he's not as helpful as... A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Such referrals may sometimes...
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line.
Yes. That's the talk about town. The Hardy Boys. The misinformation. Hurry up on that probe.
She must really want you. She was worried for a moment that she's overplayed her hand.
How benevolent.
While we appreciate your assistance...
That is only fair. Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have...
No. It was more like he wanted things to get worse. In secret, of course.
Or...
There's always that he means it.
I'll think it over, Detective.
This gave... Have I underestimated the Union's ferocity?
What you've said is quite enough. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. Ah, yes. I've been...
With longing. Claire...
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's... Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. I should be. In my youth, he's probably dead by now. Yes, I was slumming it. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only... We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast. And yes, I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective.
She is more defensive.
Full of ghosts and ancient memory. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by...
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You give it another.
I don't see how this is through the kitchen.
It could be that your eyesight is still... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, indeed.
Good. Evrat will have to start over with his scheming. Any help now, all we have to do is make...
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito.
Yes, for sending mail.
You dropped the white and probably did the right thing.
All right, let's go back to Evrat. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
This orange machine is dead. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. Like you slip your fingers under the frozen lid. But no. This is going to need something else. If you want to try again, then you need to...
Equip the pry bar by going to the tool...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churn. Only the red cable is plugged somewhere. A machine hub. A few bricks have fallen off.
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. It means there are firearms.
He likes this find. The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching a... A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. Something breaks loose.
Hello? Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you.
You hear a low rumble up.
After you, officer.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Good.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are the speaker.
Good evening. Please repeat. Thank.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule. In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed the first tranche of seed financing, brought in 150,000. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 real, with only half of 400,000 real. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts. and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit. But on the other hand, why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? It didn't. No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially one of them even managed to steal some valuable company property. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent, not the concept artists. It was impossible not to fail. But they tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in the... They thought they could bridge the gap with pure... They couldn't. No, even then, success remained within, and that is until they discovered the Valley of the Heads. At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jim Spawn, Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that this place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional. The world had never seen their kind before. So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly... Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it made... The lieutenant taps his foot. He's dying for a cigarette. Come. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information. What is clear is that one day, and when the project was the team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but they always read. And let's face it, they didn't have any money. Mysteriously enough, it was the lead programmer's response. S. Lukinen killed her. The lead I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the base. Her former colleagues would agree. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge. The production schedule ends with a few random 4 months later by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under too. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were their ambitions? Because
he has respect and curiosity. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
Okay, well, I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people would...
Utter madness, he thinks. As a compliment.
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a tool. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina.
Not in Revachol West.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game. With
super cool. Someone should give them millions.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed. So what kind of die are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelie is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to... Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so... Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and...
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with her role-playing games. You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Take a look around and see if there's...
It almost looks as if the stones...
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. The Wirrow on... Ice.
Death.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile. It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can...
Loving it. So nifty.
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something... Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then...
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It should sound... Well, there's always something going on in the world. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately...
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own...
It's light here, but dark.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. But when I arrived here,
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about... You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time, and then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Exactly. Truth is all, but I'm glad we got this sorted out.
The bookstore closes starting 2100. You'll have to do that tomorrow.
More or less. Are you...
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would. A bit of experiment. It's not about the haircut. It's about...
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at a kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would...
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group.
What's this?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people...
What does she mean?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend...
Even you can probably do better. You can almost see it. A small, sickly old man, hunched behind his work desk, his pants stained with old piss.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest and, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tumut. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides Slipstream...
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait. Forget it. It would take too long.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. They certainly took their work very seriously. Even if they seemed the usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project up. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Something stranger for...
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather...
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb.
Fritte does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs, and they already have the bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex. Eventually, Ravishore Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000, so maybe. He said that the bear was...
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to...
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with...
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer. Anyway, now you know this. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long... Oh, right. I think none of those doorbells work.
The doorbell with the empty name card.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same...
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. It's my advice. Don't base your business...
Agreed. Pinball is...
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electric? It used to be a major electric company.
Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Kuno's like Kuno.
You see a heavy... The same small. The bed is still cold from the broken window. It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
on and on it goes. For untold hours.
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you can never forget this shit.
All stuck.
You're the son of the world again. Harristar, a ceaseless...
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
For the greater good. For Revacol. Or...
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make... There he goes again. He's a real...
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes...
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve. Good. You're up. Listen, it's a suspicion. Or a feeling, really. An earth-shattering deduction from every day. Things seem to spin more and... Oh, sure. You've been making... But who's focusing on the big questions? But have you ever seen them? How do you know that? You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. The most awesome, it is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. Harry, your la responsabilité isn't concerned with whoa, like a committee. There's always time. Fun stuff. That's only the most... Your half-brother, the loop together. You'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves. Most likely, your findings will be collected once they've reviewed it. Those same... Rest assured, no matter what happens, good luck. Your report... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see yourself. The expression. The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collect. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. Not familiar in a good... By the way, the raw materials were most likely A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see, it's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Just like that, it's over.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
She puts her this does not surprise.
Did he? I never said he was a good man. Or that he had good intent.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sound.
Where?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup.
A memory surfaces in her tired knee.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. No. I'm pretty sure he did all those things. And then had to internalize them to...
She's quite observant about the human character. Trained to observe.
People who go to university know how to use words like...
There's more to this. She has...
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre.
When he said he was done, and done mentally.
Well, maybe I pieced him back to... Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother had I the physical robustness and...
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous system.
What kind of man was he? Before you go...
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, I did...
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad.
Lelystad. We have a few questions.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying everything left to be clarified.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes, we were compatriots.
Did that bring you to...
No, he was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex, alcohol, speed, probably also sildenafil. No love for Muta Arami.
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man.
A flash of rage comes over you. The words have already left your mouth.
Had he passed that test, we wouldn't have gotten along. I love Revachol, though. I hope she He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have...
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it up.
A miss. The adversary one.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice.
He had a combat wound on his...
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange...
Ah, yes.
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. Oily, isn't it? We have that in common now.
She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance.
Oh, that. Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Free.
Is this Oranese lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Oranese lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. He's smoking and drinking, and the woman goes like, and he says, "That was too hardcore." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It very well could be, yes. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. Her shoulders tense up.
A moment ago it was love. And no, I don't... They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking...
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant.
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet.
Hear that? Sildenafil. Just like it's for maintaining an erection. Uppers are vasoconstricted because you're a scientist.
How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that.
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for now. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. She looks back. Don't worry. We will protect you from... We will see through this. You are advised. Nothing. Just time. Anything. Air moves in your... She presses her elbows against her waist. And the strange moment ends. It was brief. No longer than... Wait. Stop. That man. Bloated beyond... Below the damage. The weeks of How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000. You could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58. You asked. 42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week. On the bright side, you've been getting a lot of exercise lately.
This side. Then, here it comes.
Sure, you're 42.
Wait. This requires sign to the laboratorium. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. is barred from the inside.
Wow, that...
It's safe to say this is about your character.
Good for you. I'm not letting anyone up there...
Oh, hello, dear. There you...
Again? I can't believe this. Okay, why not? So, do you know? I don't know. Oh my god, there's...
It's you again. What is it? Anne.
He tenses immediately, chest tightens, jaw sets, ready for another blow.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Locker room talk. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to...
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little...
Funny.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second.
All right. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect.
Women are crazy. Irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
I asked for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to...
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your...
Yeah, guys! We should get a...
Why? Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember?
You know what? I am top. Next time you see her, tell her that lying scam.
Yeah. What is this quiet funeral shit?
What we need.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers?
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be. Claudia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. Those are the other guys. Why is Goldmouth mean to him? Something is wrong. It doesn't look like he's succeeding.
No, we fuck.
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
Oh, you want more good options? Here we go. So good.
I think you're losing it, Fiddleman.
No. This fucking suicide carny is trying to get to me.
He'll put the fiddle down. Put it down.
I do not understand. This fiddle play totally fell apart.
It's you again. What is it?